Thank you, sir.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us here at Buried Livestream. As you can see, we just got started on this one. Not get a flyer out for this one before, so blame me for being a slacker on that one. But as you can see, 8-ball race to 10 between Doug Cotton and Wayne Caffrey. This is an even race on this one. Looking forward to seeing how this one comes out. This is going to be set 1 of 2. They're going to play a 9-ball race whenever this one's done. Plenty of action going on this evening. Looks like got a good group joining us in on here and getting us started off, for me not telling anybody that this was a that this one was going to happen tonight. So thanks all of you for joining us. Mr. Leon Stemple, thank you for the donation. As you can see at the top of the screen up there, we have been doing exceptionally well with all the help from all the people that's been watching. Actually talking to the from the people with the Lions Club last night. They are very appreciative as well, and luckily enough, one in particular is, or a couple of them in particular, are also pool players. They even donated money to us that we'll be donating right back. That's always nice. I think Wayne's got a little bit of work to do over here, but nothing he shouldn't be able to get through. Doug coming up to the table. Really call it super open over here, but definitely got a few shots. And you just got to work around the table a little bit and do what he does best. Table, get a better look at that. Oh, that is not the way that he wanted to start off there. Is now it looks like with a little bit of rolls of bad luck that Wayne's going to come to the table, ball in hand, and a 2-ball run out. Like a couple of people in some of the different chats here are thinking about the same thing, that Doug may come out on top of this one. And when it comes to paper, I'll admit that Doug's a little higher handicap than Wayne is, but Wayne's been known to shoot a few balls himself, so this one comes out. It looks like he's gonna go ahead and take care of this first game. He does, as long as he doesn't. Oh, look at that. That's a pretty bad mistake because I'm sure that he wanted that very first game. And so game number one, Mr. Doug Cotton by a little bit of stroke of lightning on that one. And a little extra draw on that one, and like he came up dry on this one. We'll do a quick count. Leaves leaves those stripes pretty open. The only thing that's got a problem here is maybe that 9 ball. Other than that, and that's for a whole lot more. See what he decides to start off with, and imagine it's that 13 that we see on here in the lower right hand side. Weeds his way around, leaves himself a couple of opportunities, and one to wonder about is if he wants to get a little bit straighter on that 11 ball, the red one over on the left hand side. That way you can use that one to get to that 9 ball. When I believe he's going to want to leave pretty straight, heading back down, and it has to come on around. And not real sure why he wanted to kick it out that far, but see after this one. Leaves that one in. Starts to become a little bit of a blocker now. Although that 10-11 will go. A few balls that's down there and kind of jammed up, so I don't think he wanted to add to that mix down there in the bottom. And normally speaking, I would say that Wayne gets a big advantage with some of the people that he plays because he is a one pocket player, so his cue ball control is typically not bad, which means he can definitely put a defense out there when he decides to play that way. But Doug is no stranger to playing a defense himself, and a good job of bumping that 11 a little bit out of position, kind of halfway between a whole lot of shots. So see that 1 ball and see if it kind of slides down there. We'll take a look overhead. Definitely looks like it's got a path, even if it plays off of another ball. But he does have to worry about that 3 ball that's down there. And so he actually put himself in not too bad of a position as that one's now on the outside because it's makeable with that 7 ball that we see, which means it should be able to open up a little bit of a lane for that 7. So the 3 is about the only problem for Doug. However, Wayne got a few other issues. That 10 ball doesn't really have a place. That 11 ball, which he looks like he's going to work on now, maybe go ahead and pocket. I don't know that he can pocket that one from where he is. If you wanted to try to clear that one out and stay behind the 11, you might end up kind of jarring that one ball right by the pocket like that. And taking a look at the trouble that he's got with that 3 ball. Probably going to leave that 1 ball where it is. Because right now it's only it's kind of only a Doug problem. So he's got one of his trouble balls out, cleared that 3 ball. He can actually use that one to even help himself out with that 7. Just kind of hit below it, which will help him control that cue ball and knock that 7 over towards the other side, other corner, excuse me. Wayne, however, has got a little bit of challenges here, so he kind of needs to mess the table up a little bit for Doug if he can. He doesn't have a run out. I think he's still going to go a little on the potentially aggressive side, but ends up breaking that 7 ball out for Doug. I'm married up on the top of it. If we look from the Ripperhead here, he is sitting on top of that 7, so it looks like Doug's just planning on shooting that up table. Be careful to scratch. Hits it really light, does a good job of sending the cue ball up table. Gives Wayne a couple of opportunities here. It looks like he actually does have. It doesn't look like he has a shot on the 9, but he does have a shot on the 14. Wayne doing a nice job there of getting behind that 11, so he puts Doug on a bit of an offensive punch over here. Tries to tie that 11 up, and although it looks close, I don't believe it's going to be a hard hit if he decides to go after that 10 ball. I don't believe that ball goes from the looks of it. Looking at it out the window here, looks like he'd be better off just kind of playing that 10 coming up table. All he's got to do is just bump that 3 ball. And that 11 would come out. He'd still have a shot on the 14, but he's decided to go ahead and play that 11 all the way up table. Like he's looking around a couple of times. Leave himself a lot of angle on the 10, so we'll see if he's decided that he wants to go on the other side and still shoot it up table. Not a gimme shot. He'd sure like to be able to bump that one. Still have another ball left on the table just in case the position isn't great. Swinging around and heading towards the side pocket, never actually goes in. And come back to the table. He's got a couple couple of tricky shots here. That two ball is it's definitely cuttable down in this bottom right corner. I believe that four ball will go into the other side, the left side. That's the direction he's going. Sends it up a little bit high. I don't believe he was really trying to make down. I think he just got a little closer than what he had planned. He still comes back to the table. Long way away from his shots. He's got an edge of a 10 ball, but of course bumping that one, a good chance it's going to send him up and give him a shot on anywhere from the 7, the 2, the 6. He's going to want to stay back in that lane. Did take out the 7 ball, and that 10 ball still will go in the bottom left pocket. Doug comes back to the table with a few different options. Gonna play this a little bit more. Can't afford to really miss the 2 balls that would leave him win a shot on the 10. Let's send it up table. Leaves a long shot, a little bit of a cut on the 14 in the bottom right if he decided to choose that. I don't know that he's going to get too much advantage because it's definitely going to come off of that one pretty hot. Look overhead here. I could even be able to put that 10 ball on the other side of the 7, but that is going to leave an open shot for that 14 in the other corner. Wayne tries for a whole lot, and if it goes in, that worked out reasonably well, as it looks like he did leave him a shot instead. Doug comes back to the table with everything pretty open. Got himself into a bit of a predicament. Luckily, he's got that 6 ball still left up table. Go ahead and play that one pretty slow. I believe that 2 ball goes by. Oh, goes in, calls a defense on that one. So good shot. Leaves a long shot for Wayne coming back to the table. And a good shot there as he blocks the 2 ball, and I think that can see a little bit of the edge of that 7 ball, but easy shot at all. Got it overhead, and he's gonna take it the long rail. Just try to get that cue ball up table. Looks like it leaves Wayne for a 14 ball. Just has to be careful of the speed on that one. The 10 can go into the left corner. Goes ahead and bumps that one in. Does not want that to go in. Up pretty nicely. Got a few different options because that 11 will also go, so he can either draw back out of it, shoot both of them into that same pocket, which, by the way, started to queue up. I think that's what he was planning on doing. And we could also just kind of drop back just a hair and shoot that 11 back towards the middle of the table, and then stop it right behind that 7 ball, leaving a pretty difficult defense. But I don't see any reason why he might not try to go out unless he's quite as confident on the drawing this one back out. Pretty, ooh, catches the far right side of it and sends that cue ball all the way up table, and that's a bit of a fear. He wanted to hit that one about as square in the face as he could to draw back the exact same direction that he went in, but he's got a tough shot now. Must be able to see most of it there, because we do see it that 7 balls kind of stuck on the top side of that 11 a little bit. He's definitely not left himself an easy shot. It did look like a good hit, but that double kiss just did send it back up enough for Doug to have a shot on that 7 ball in this low left, sending it back up table. He basically just hit even a little bit of center ball. I didn't think that was a bad hit, but Wayne must have called that one. Something about the shot doesn't look like Wayne Cage. Doug cares too much for, so it looks like he's going to play that 2, try to get that cue ball back over by close to the side pocket, see if he can't stick it behind that 8 ball. Yep, leaves it in that nice little lane to be able to make that shot on the 7, bottom left corner. Could actually put both of them in the same pocket if you wanted to. It's may hit that 11, just depends on if he drives that one straight or just plays a little more center, which he did. Beautiful shot, and should have that shot at that 8 ball. It definitely has an open pocket. Game number 2, Doug as well. As we notice, they are using one of the outsfill racks up there as opposed to the I'm just using the regular triangle. It is rack your own, so it's their choice. If they if they prefer to use the triangle, they're more than welcome to. They're not they didn't set any kind of rules as far as they have to use one versus the other. Have a nice little tap there. 9 ball in the corner should send him nicely back up towards that 11 ball. He may even have his eyes on the 15 and go ahead and clear those two out. I think I'd save those two. That 15 is a little easier to get on. I'm getting towards that 12 ball over here on the other side. He did not want to get behind that 6 ball. Now he can either go ahead and grab a jump cue and go for the 15 or take that cut on the 12. It looks like he's would rather have that cut on the 12. Undercuts that one a little bit, and Wayne comes back to the table pretty open. We're working this lower end of the table here in that 6 ball. Very open for him. Little stop shot there will get him off running. I can go ahead and try that 2 ball. Now that's a pretty tight shot there, as I believe that 12 was blocking a little bit. Sends that one a little further than he wanted to. Now, other than a cut in the side, that 12 is not an easy shot. Back up with the wide of a lucky second chance there, and we'll see what he decides to do with that 4 ball. But up until then, not a whole lot of issues. But well, anybody's played 8 ball before knows that you really do have to be careful whenever it comes down to these situations, because even though there's 1 ball that's got a little bit of issues down there, you leave a open table in 8 ball, and yeah, say more times than not, you have a tendency to regret that one afterwards. We're doing an okay job of getting below one of them, but he probably wanted that one to draw down a little bit straighter to get below the 4 ball. So if he moves that 5, if he moves that 5, he does still have to make sure that he finds a way to get below that 4 ball. Sends that one a little long, but kind of had to take a little bit of chance at some point in time just because of the position that he had on that one. And a whole lot of defenses when you've got the 8 ball sitting right in the jaws of the pocket like that. Might have to be a little bit of luck involved there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Good one.
Again, while they're finishing racking those up, this is going to be a double header, but of course with the same players. This is set 1 of 2, as we can see down there in the lower left-hand side. This one's the 8 ball. They're going to play a race in 9 ball whenever this one's complete. But both of them are shorter races, so it's not going to be a long night or anything that fun. Go ahead and see if we can't take a good look at Doug's break again here. See a stripe go down over there. Let's see if that's the only one. Looks like only a stripe went, but of course they're playing by the rules where they can use regardless of which one it is that they make, they are able to choose any ball once one's pocketed, so it is still an open table. Doesn't use the whole pocket down there, but still manages to find its way in. Use that 15 to just sort of get back up the table a little bit and see which one he prefers between that 10 and the 12. Or being the blue stripe over here, top left. Not pulling that one back to a little bit long, so you got a little strong on it, but that's okay. I still have a shot on that 12 ball, which should still get him on that 10. Draw back or touch it forward and make the shot in the intended pocket. And of course, these are hard pocket. Once again, when you come into the table, good opportunity with that one being pretty open. Let's go ahead and start off with that 4 ball. Shoots that one into the rail, but it looks like he was actually playing defense and does that, but does leave a pick for Doug. We'll look up table and see. He can hit it, but making it would be pretty difficult. That one is definitely in the way if he decided to go into edge of it. Yeah, I don't think that one really had pocket, but it sure does now. And he's kind of playing in a bit of a difficult situation as both the 5 and the 2 sit on that rail. I'm going to work on a little bit of little bank action. Let's go ahead and play a defense. He's looking to kick at it. That's one of those that it's close enough that if you're a left-handed player, you don't mind it so bad. A lot of us, Doug's a right-handed player, so a jump shot, pretty tough from there. Like he's gonna go ahead and line that one up 2 rails. Goes ahead and bumps that one out, finds its way over by the corner. That's
Oh yeah,
getting closer to make or break for Wayne to run these out. Hiding that one's not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
You had me convinced. I thought it hit.
Regardless, I think Wayne's going to want to get a few of these off the table and then maybe play defense down there in that 4 and 7. Time we get there, hopefully he'll have the position to go ahead and get out of this one. Up just a little on the high side, so just watch the speed a little bit as that cue ball comes off the one rail back down towards the middle of the table. I believe it came out good as far as being able to make the 2 in the side, but would have liked to have stayed on this lower side here so he could kind of draw down towards that 4 and 7. Look at that one overhead, then he's actually a little bit on the wrong side, so it looks like he's going to go ahead and fire forward on this. Is that gonna make it down far enough? Not a terrible shot. Right, does leave it in the way. Now that's kind of a double-edged sword here because Doug does come back to the table with a makeable shot on that 10 ball that's kind of jammed up in that corner. But is he gonna get a shot on the 8 ball after that one? So it's kind of one of those that probably even wants to catch a little bit of the rail first if he can on the way towards that 10 ball, just so it kicks back down. That's a long draw shot. It's also a difficult shot if he goes to, or like in the direction that we're looking, if he hits the left side of that 10 ball, you have a tendency to want to die a little bit there. You can catch the right side of that 10 ball in the rail. You prefer that. Goes to the far left, or his right. Leaving Wayne with a good chance here of getting out. There we go. Yeah, I was definitely thinking he could follow that one forward, touch that rail and come back out, leave him a lot of distance and a whole lot more distance of trying to draw back across that table. So I think that's a good ball placement there. It's naturally going to go down, take that 8 ball out of play so he doesn't have to worry about getting behind it. He tried to get behind it. Plenty of room, just 1 to 2 rails and back up, and or he could even draw back to where he's at now. Have to hurry a little bit. It's the 50-yard line. A little bit of an overcut, and barring an oddity like the like the first game, I don't believe Doug's gonna have too much trouble getting out on this one. I didn't have to really do anything at all with it as long as he didn't get look behind the edge of a pocket. That's about the only thing that could have gone wrong on this one. So 4-0 as Doug continues a pretty commanding lead on this match.
Yeah, because I.
Starting off, gets a couple of them out of the way, but this is a 14. Getting down to this bottom left pocket, and Doug's coming back to the table and again pretty open. Not a mistake you want to make too often. And Doug's got a few different selections how to work around this table because it looks like everything has very open pocket to it. If he takes that 6 ball and starts work up table, he's going to look down for that 4 ball. Nope, 3 ball. Good choice there. He's found that 5 is going to give him a few different openings, but does seem to be looking at the 4 as well. That 4 ball where it's placed, he could actually go either direction. He's going to go ahead and take that 4 now, but could also take the 6 and roll it forward. But he did a great job there with, especially with bringing it back the way that he did. That's a nice shot. He can go ahead and follow this one forward slowly, get himself on that 2. Doug likes to take the easier shots normally, but he's decided, and I like that shot much more. Just come back out for the 2 ball, use that 7 and getting back over on that 8 ball. Not left much of an angle. See if he leaves it. He did leave an angle, and that was a good shot. Nice easy 8-ball shot. Doug is already halfway there at 5-0. Parks that cue ball right in the middle of the table. Really, really nice break there. Everything opens up pretty nicely. Pockets a couple of stripes. It looks like the solids may be a little bit more open. Look down at a few different shots here, and again, when it comes to players that are a little higher uh, on the skill level, which one, just because you made a couple of stripes doesn't really mean a whole lot when you can run a table that's open, especially if something a little bit jammed up and that 10 ball is in a little bit of trouble. It's over on the right hand side. And Doug's decided to go ahead and take those solids, since every one of those has a way to be able to get to a pocket and be able to move something else out of the way, and doing exactly that. See if he leaves something to make it easier to get back on that 8-ball. Get the lower side of it. Don't know if that 8-ball passes. We'll take a look here in just a moment. Okay, so that 8-ball does look like it passes into this corner, so he can go ahead and clear this one out, work on the 2-up table, and may end up with a break and run here. That takes a second look just to make sure, and it's definitely open as we saw from that last view. Bump the 1-ball, and I typically would not want to do that, but in this particular case it ended up okay, as let's have a great angle just to draw back. And Doug actually used to play a little bit of snooker. That's how his sort of cue sports began. He's said before he really didn't play that much of it. He actually comes from the UK, and so that wasn't necessarily his game, but it was one that he played whenever he was a bit younger. Really gets a hold of that one, comes all the way back down below it. Have a shot up table, but it's a little harder than he was planning on making it. But that's probably one of the better people that I've seen come in here as far as using the cue. It's control use, or not the cue, the bridge. His control using a bridge is usually very much on point, and even on that one, so didn't miss the shot, just got way more English than he wanted to on it. It's that 8-up table for a break and run. Nice job, Doug Cotton. 6-0. Go ahead and put a statement on this first matchup, apparently. coming back up for break on rack number 7. We've been controlling things up this point. He's given the lane a few opportunities. It's just been, you know, something little here, something little there. It's a solid break, but ends up with a cluster down here. So a little bit of work to do. Start breaking some of that out. If we look at it close, it does kind of look like that 3 and 7 may line up for that corner. If it does, that's going to be a big help. Trying to choose between those, or he can get on the opposite side. Like you can get on the opposite side of that 3 at some point, and it may have a pocket. Other than that, looking more towards those stripes, which even those have a bit of their own issues there. Can get on that 3 ball right now if he wants to. A little bit of top English and watch the speed. So let's go ahead and run pretty heavy into that one, and know that he got quite the leads that he was hoping for. He's got some really long shots or some more difficult cuts. And we look over here at the top, that looks like it may go, but it's not a gimme. So I actually had a lot more room than what it looked like on the camera. Nice shot. Made sure it wiped its feet on the way in, but got off and running once again. Bringing out that bridge one more time, and a little bit of top inside just to keep it back on the same side that it's on now. So we can go ahead and go back up table. I'm getting it close, but not quite down there in the corner. He overcuts that one just a little bit. Wayne coming to the table suffering about the same fate. A little bit of an overcut, but now even dug at the table with a much easier shot than what he had on the last one. 15 balls sitting right there, so a tiny bit of draw. Should be able to get from that 15 that we see on the left side to that red 11. Just over here towards the middle. And bobbles that one again, and that one's a little bit more uncharacteristic than the previous. Definitely see that Wayne's done a little bit better job with staying down on some of these. He's made a Nice smooth strokes and right in the middle of the pocket. Looking towards that 4 ball, which isn't necessarily a terrible shot. There again, that 7 could be used. He's going to go ahead and take the 7 now, but that one could have been used to get on the 8. Now he'll use it to try to get down there on the 5, but overstrokes that one. Really, really gets a hold of it, and hopefully that 5 is going to be his favorite ball of choice. So back up table. He's pointing towards the corner pocket and just needs to roll that 4 ball in. It's a great job. Doesn't quite get enough of the cue ball to get an easy shot on the 6. He's got to decide sort of an option B. I don't believe he's going to get onto that 5 ball without really a difficult and well placed shot. He's going to go ahead and try it, see if it makes it down there, and I think it's going to come up short and be behind a whole bunch of different blockers. Take a look at it. That's nothing easy on this shot here. Inside English and trying to go into that 5 ball. Narrow miss. Kind of jam that 15 and 14 up a little bit, and we'll see if he decides to play this one or if he's going to just look to play a defense. Be surprised if he doesn't just bump the 14 to the right side rail. I believe that 11 would take out one of the banks, and I think he's going to go ahead and run into it, and probably also not a terrible idea is got that 9 ball up there. Ooh, but forgets to make the shot. Wayne coming to the table with an opportunity. All he's got to do is just lay that 5 ball in. Could even give himself a little extra room with a touch of right English. Run it up like in the direction of the side pocket and be sitting pretty for a 2 ball run out. John McClellan, how's it going today? Yeah, you can. It didn't take long to figure out that Doug's on a little bit of a rampage here, but if you weren't able to watch the beginning of it, Wayne's had his chances. He's missed a few shots here and there. Didn't get too much practice in before they started. Wanted to go ahead and get it going. Does get his first game there, so John, you must have brought him some good luck. I'm choosing to go ahead and take the solids on the first one there. Right now, real favorable position as he wanted to go up a little bit further. He does still have a 5-ball, excuse me, 4-ball. Nope, I was right the first time. 5-ball, up table. It's close to the side pocket, but still comes out okay. Looks like he's got a 3-ball, so he starts getting some of that out of the middle up there, but got a couple more to work on as well. Bumps one of them out of the way. 7-ball, still in a little bit of trouble, but at least for this shot, he does have a 1-ball in the corner. Tries to go ahead and get that 2-ball, but not sure if he couldn't see the 1-ball or it was more of a just preferred to leave that one there. Wayne's got a little bit of a mess to deal with down here at the bottom. He plays a little bit of a defense there. Gets Wayne only about one option as far as making a ball, and that's that 15 backup table. It'll be a little tough to get position on that. On the next ball after this one, if he does end up making it. Doug's playing a combo between a 4 and 1-ball. Got one to go and does that successfully. See if he can get on the other side of that 7-ball. So not an easy position. Definitely got to watch that speed on it. Does a really nice job there and gives himself a great opportunity to get 7-ball and reasonably close to straight enough so that he should be able to get over even onto that 2-ball. Nice job there. Just as nice with an 8-ball over in the side pocket. I'm moving this one up to 7-1. Sorry, a little slow trying to find with somebody real quick, but moving that one up to 7-1, and there's stripes on this one. So 11 ball back down here in the bottom left corner. That cue ball go up table just a little bit. I believe he wanted to catch that 5 ball, but I believe he's okay. We could still have a shot on 13 up in this bottom right corner. I can might even run into that 12. Goes ahead and draws off of that one. He's win a couple of opportunities.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I can get something going.
He's doing a good job of getting around the table. Stop shot on that 3 ball. Maybe even bring it back just a hair. 6 ball down here in this bottom left corner. Same kind of draw and shoot both of them in that bottom left. Worked out just fine for him. Ooh, gets a little wild on that 6 ball. Even Doug with a, he's got an open shot on basically every ball on the table, but I believe he's going to want to take that 15 ball first just because of the way it's stuck behind that 8. You can draw that one back a little bit. Actually, I take that back, go forward a little bit. A couple of openings that he's got up table. Just to make that 15 a little easier with that outside English that he threw on it.
Oh.
And Wayne's still taking a little bit of a wild shot. I don't believe he really needed to hit that quite as hard as what he did there. He's just trying to make something, happen here. I believe that one would have been okay. We're just sort of rolling it up and taking a longer shot on the 8 ball, or just making sure that he got that one under control. Get that last ball off the table. Take the 8 ball where it lied. So that comes back to the table. Shouldn't be too much work to do. He does have to get down table, but you see there it kind of led that way with a little bit of a draw shot and played it even a little bit better than that. Just enough angle, I believe. go ahead and play this a little high and maybe even 2 rails to get back up on the top corner. That was up to his work a bit. Not the place that he wanted to leave it, but he's got a good enough lead here to be able to take a few extra chances. But he definitely put a bit of a stroke on it, so he'll pick his favorite side since he's sitting basically right in the middle. He's either the right or left. Looks like he's calling our bottom right. Up a little short on that one, but more importantly, he left that cue ball exactly where he wanted to, and that was kind of a great two-way option there. Now Wayne looking at a long and relatively difficult cut. That 6 ball, and granted, if he just kind of settles in, if he just makes the shot, he should get a leave off of it. I believe he needs to worry too much about the scratch. Just put a little bit of top English on it and probably just go ahead and drive it to the rail. Have to go ahead and put that one in the way of the 8 ball, and like it's going to be close, but not quite. I won't call this one a gimme for Doug.
Yeah,
He's made a few that were a little bit more difficult here. I like Wayne's thoughts. That really was a tough shot that he was going to try if he decided to shoot that one in the corner. So if he got that cue ball in the way of the 8, at least it should have got him back to the table. Not showing a whole lot of mercy, because although he does not make the 8 ball, doesn't exactly leave a real easy shot for Wayne. He would, if he decides to bank into the bottom left corner, it could possibly go. Definitely not an easy shot. He'd really have to let that cue ball go, or he could try for the side pocket. All right, just need to be careful of that last hit. A great job. He's ahead and hands that one over to him, and I think I would have given him that one myself. Job there. While he is finishing racking those up, go ahead and remind everybody that we are doing the donations for the Lions Club that's given to Toys for Tots this year. We talked to some of the sponsors for Lions Clubs last night, and they're excited and very thankful for all the people that's helped us out here. And anything that you want to be able to help out, sure they would appreciate it very much. Our donations received, it's up there in the top right. And that's hats off to all our pool players, even the sponsors that we have here, chipping in a little extra and getting those numbers up. Not seeing a whole lot of things that he likes. It looks like that 6 will go, but it's a narrow path, but it'll definitely fall into that bottom pocket. Catches that 14 just a little bit. Take a look when it comes to those solids. That 3 ball has a pocket. It looks like it's close, but may be blocked by that 12. We can see the 3 and 12, the two closest to us in the red and that pink stripe. See which way Doug decides to play it, because he does have a combo on the 15 and 12 as well. If he decided to go ahead and play the stripes, looks like he's facing the solids. He's going for that 4 ball up in the top right. Overcuts that one, so going to come down to Wayne's choice and ball in hand just to make it a little nicer. He actually has a shot on a 9 that he could run the cue ball forward and bump that 15 combo, and maybe just doesn't want to take those kind of chances. All of that does look like it will go down.
The 3 balls tied up, but those 2 were freaking not a dead shot, but it's
That
kind
combo,
of
not a real big one for the whole ball in hand, taking a combo on your shot, but that one's, you don't get a whole lot straighter than that. Let's go ahead and look at those solids instead. Gotta be careful about getting into trouble trying to break out that 3. Looks like he got a shot on it, so a nice job there. It's gonna be quite the little stretch. Gets a little lucky with that. With the lead that's over there, it could have been a bit of a disaster, but the matter still comes out nice. Mr. Adrian's over there, joined us on the YouTube channel. I just happened to look over and see that screen over there. And for anybody that doesn't already know, we simulcast this between both Facebook and YouTube at the same time, both for anybody that wants to watch on a larger screen. It actually does stream on 1480p HD whenever it's on the YouTube channel, as well as obviously not everybody has Facebook accounts, so it gives an opportunity to make sure that you can tune in anytime you want to. If anybody wants to look for that YouTube channel as well, it's always on pages the same as what this one is. It's a Beard live stream, so look us up sometime. Coming back to that table once again with a few more opportunities. And trying to sneak up in there as that last one brings him within 5 games. 7-2. I believe he wants that 7, which would be okay, but he has to make sure that he gets past that little mini wall that he's got with that 9 and 14 to be able to get back over to that 5 ball up on the left hand side, or he can go ahead and take that 5 ball shot now, which is what it looks like he's going to do. And just kind of back cut that a little bit. I think he's going to draw it, and I'd rather see him just kind of, okay, he did go ahead and follow that one up, just kind of slowing it down, and left a shot, but did run that one a little on the close side. I'm not sure that he's got a shot from where he is now on that 2 ball. It's going to be very close to that 9. Does a great job with that one. Wanted that to come out a little bit more. We have a better cut on the 7 on the side. Look at this from the bottom down here. Yeah, that's pretty tight. That's about as 90 degrees as it gets right there. head. You can see that it's possible, but it's thin and really has to worry about that scratch whenever it comes off of it. You don't want it to come off the backside. Ooh. Good try, but there's a lot of dangers in that one. Only one way it works out well. Doug with a pretty open table here, so see which pattern he decides to play. Leave that. Go ahead and take that 12 down here in the bottom. Now it looks like he's shooting for that 11. He plays that 12 down the bottom. He could even slow roll it, which definitely lends a little bit more to his game. And that 11 goes into the side. He tries not to, and I think rightfully so, tries not to move the cue ball any more than he has to. Kind of get a little bit of that luxury depending on the tables. When you have tables that are plain and a little bit on the nicer side, which is not every place that we always go to whenever it comes to playing at some of the different pool halls. Some keep them a little cleaner. Sometimes the cloth gets a little older, so things start to drift. It becomes a little bit more of an issue of trying to slow roll balls, and it kind of takes that advantage away. We do try to keep the tables up here, so that's kind of give that option. Sometimes that can be a false sense of security too. Little 9-ball shot. Gets himself pretty nicely on that 8-ball. That's about as close to straight in as you can get. So not too much work to do there. 8-2 gets back to a 6-game lead. With 2 games from finishing this set out.
So it bounced out of there.
Get this racked up. I'm gonna step away from the mic for just a quick moment and I'll be right back.
I didn't work. I was playing. I told him, I said I was supposed to fire, wasn't I? He said, yeah, and I. Probably. I couldn't handle it. I know. Couldn't handle the agony and the slow pace. Four games with 2 on with 3 games on the wire. Oh my God! Damn, you must think I'm Justin Hall now. Shit. Only Justin would come ask you that. too bad. Where would you think? Where I can't.
Looks still at the table and moving things around where he likes them. Too much here is Doug's just going to little stop shot on 14 going down table. Off for that one ball. Go ahead and choose to roll that one up a bit. Got that 15, and with that he could actually just go ahead and pocket that 4 ball, stop right where it is. But I see a lot of top on that one. Goes straight into 7. I believe you want to come down on top of it, but leaves Wayne openings. Other than that 2 ball, which does have a lane down there.
I know you did.
Like there's too much other trouble, so he could actually try to get over there by that 2 ball. Doesn't work. He's got that 5 back over on the other side, or the 6. Got a few options if he wants to try to get over there. Anything you can't
I
do.
won't lie to you.
Get behind that 15, and we see second ball up from the left over here. Left himself a few options. 2 goes, but it's not a give me shot. Going up that side rail like that. Definitely has room though. Go ahead and shoot the side over there. Lets that cue ball go a little bit on the wild side and gets himself into a bit of trouble, as I believe he may have blocked both.
That's why I did it.
Top here, so see that jump cue coming out, and even that 2 ball is a little bit blocked. Go ahead and bend it a little bit at that 2 ball. See if he can bank it down to that bottom corner, and gets really close. Fortunately for him, opens up that table for
Hey man, say that damn pro.
Doug to come back just a little bit more.
Bad thing is, I don't know what I was gonna do with the 6.
Bringing that bridge out one more time, and looks like he's aiming a long way to the side of that.
I mean, if I make that shot,
Has
I'm
to put a
trying
little
to do
angle on it
anything
and
with
kind of force the edge of the pocket and kick that one back out a bit. So good shot from Doug there. Didn't have any trouble getting back up table from here. A little bit of center ball and just kind of pop that one a little bit, or it can go 2 rails. And swings it back quite a bit. Slow down some. Ooh.
Oh, with your stick?
Like he might have caught the point with his cue stick going forward on that one. Now he's giving Wayne good opportunity here, and I'm going to see Wayne go ahead and play that play that 2 ball first and come back up. He may, seeing some of the ways that he's liked to play before, he may want that 6 ball first, but I believe it's going to be a little tough to hold on to it trying to do that. Play that 2 ball first and kind of thing will get it out, and don't believe that 8 ball should come into play at all. Actually give that one even a little bit extra so it sends it well past where that 8-ball is, and seeing put a draw stroke as he's slowly taking it up a little bit and touches the corner, but still okay. That 8-ball actually goes into either bottom corner pocket, so he can play that 3 rails, or he can just touch it and take out a little bit of cut. And plays that 3 rails. Speed got him a little bit as he leaves it on top of it. And calls this bottom right corner. It's close, but not quite. Wayne he's just not capitalizing on Doug's mistakes, and those you absolutely have to do without a doubt. Take a look at it to see, because it does look like the edge of the 11 is in the way, but he doesn't have to play that one too difficult. He can just kind of roll that one in and kind of play it as a larger pocket up in the top.
Almost got me on that.
Which the overhead view, but of course when we look at that, it's kind of curved edges. Looks like he's got a ton of room, and it's really not doesn't have a lot, but he can definitely make it, and just like that, it goes in. Nice job there. Brings that Doug being on the hill and a little bit closer to us finishing out this first set. Doug getting a little bit closer to the center on this one, so he's definitely trying to fine tune that point, but pitches the side a little bit and a little extra draw, and it comes flying off around the table. So it does stay up table. Not a bad leave there. That one comes up dry, counting that properly, and Wayne comes back to the table. Wayne's definitely got a little work to do here. Go ahead and choose the stripes on this one. Got a 10-ball back over on the other side, which should get him over on the side. It's got a couple of balls sitting there waiting. Everything pretty open. He's got an 11-ball that's on the far left side. Got a little bit of problems, but he's got a 15 over there to try to help him break that out. He just wants to be on the right side of it when he goes to do that. Looks like he gave himself a good angle right there to go ahead and take care of that. A little bit of safety because he can go ahead and play this on the other one. Only bad thing that could really happen there was getting behind the 4. And if he wanted to just bump this out of the 4, and that would have left the 9 open, he didn't get a shot on the 11. Now he got stuck behind both of them, so he's not definitely not getting the rolls at the moment. I'm taking a look to see if that 5 ball goes by there. He doesn't have to worry about that one too much because he got something else that he prefers. If he can get towards the bottom, that 5 would actually go off of that 9 into the pocket. Gonna want to go ahead and take that one now, though. Gets it close. Does a good job of kind of giving a blocker as he's taking over that pocket. Kind of puts that 11 and 13 in a little bit of trouble. We're going to have to take a good look at these next 2 because that's going to determine how he's going to get onto the 2 on the left-hand side. And trying to make something happen with a little bit of trouble that he's got. And if he could jacked up over a ball on this one, that this one's going to be really tough to try to follow that one in. So I was going to leave it down on the bottom and try to take that pocket over. Be a bad plan, but we'll find out shortly. Extend that ball up table. I just want to get that into more trouble, but definitely leaves a long shot for Wayne out there. So Wayne can come down this left side and make that 12 ball, excuse me, the right side and make the 12 ball. He would also have a shot down here into that 11 in the corner, or excuse me, 11, 13, excuse me, into the corner. Rolls that one on in, and that 11 ball does go in that top left corner. Cue ball so tight on that rail. Easy to get it back out and get really good position on that 11 ball because he actually wants to get about as straight as possible if he can. I think he makes a smart choice there. only leaves about half a pocket. The only way one of those object balls that go into that pocket is play it off the point first. He may have given himself an opportunity to be able to get back the table. I'm sure Doug's not going to want to leave him a clear shot. Going for the 3 ball now. Gets that one a little bit firm. Not a terrible play in there as he sends that cue ball all the way up table. We've seen Wayne struggle a little bit with some of these longer shots like this throughout the match. 7 ball from that angle still doesn't have. I don't believe that has a pocket without seriously throwing it over that left hand side.
There it is. Yeah, it falls in the way. Oh, man.
Taking a couple looks up table for his next shot. He's going to take that 6 ball all the way up to the top right corner. Nicely done shot there. Let's see what's the best way to get that 2 ball out of there. Let's go ahead and play a defense, and that can be a little touchy if that 11 ball does go. I mean, it's not definitely not saying it's an easy shot, and maybe it doesn't go, but it sure looks like it's awfully close. Look overhead over here, and I believe that has an open pocket. He's not gonna slam it in, but I think if he rolls that one in, it might be okay. All right, a great shot by Wayne on that one. Himself an out. 13 obviously goes, but not this time. All right, Wayne, if you're watching this tomorrow, you can blame me for that one. Doug want to leave that a little bit on the high side for Wayne to come back over here and shoot at. And I think he might be able to spin it, make it, and come off that rail and off the top of that 8 ball, still have himself a shot. That's a lot easier to say that when you're sitting over here. And checking out those one pocket skills, successfully sinks the ball, but step two didn't work out quite as well. Wayne moving that one game closer. 9-3. Still got a long way to go. He needs the next 7. Can't allow any mistakes, so. Derek still remains right on the hill. And getting a bit of a wild break on that one. Cue ball kind of flies all over the place. Obviously, it takes a lot of momentum out of the cue itself.
Yeah, no, I miscued.
When hitting that one a little extra speed and wiping speed on the way in. Find a way to make sure he comes back out on this one clean. Does a good job as that rolls across the track, but leaves himself a shot with that 11 down here in this bottom left corner. Yep, got a little bounce went in his favor there. Leaves him a good shot on the 9 ball. He's a little bottom inside. This is the shot on the 9. Doesn't leave easy shots for Doug to come back to, but does leave some easy defenses. You look all the way down table and see a whole lot of things he can hide behind. A touch further than he wanted to, but still behind most of it. I believe he's got an edge. That 15 ball up there, but not an easy hit at all. He's going back for that jump cue. unfortunate there is it catches the ball scratches in the side. He's got a little bit of a Doug has a little bit of a drill over here, all lined up straight. The only one that looks like it's got a difficulty there is that 2 ball that he's going to go ahead and take care of first. Probably go ahead and try to run that one forward a little bit. Give himself the option of the 7 or even the 6 into the corner. I believe that 7 is going to be the easier one. You don't have to run it as far, not as much top English. Pretty easy to tell whenever these are double hit by the way the cue ball comes off. Look pretty good to me. Now 7, a little bit of angle, not too much. Get back on that 1 ball, or he can go for the 6 after this. It's like a great angle there. And nicely done. Gives himself a good angle to make the 6 and get back down table. Looks like that 5 will probably go. Maybe even giving him an opportunity to not only make the 5, but even bump that 3 to kind of hold that position for the 4 ball. Goes to the bottom rail and, and tries to go straight into that 3. It does. And that 3 actually has an open pocket from the looks of it. A little on the tight side. It looks like he's lining up for a combo. He does have to watch to make sure he controls that 3 if he is playing the combo. Now, can't ask for much more than that. Too much of an angle. I believe he's got just enough to actually go forward or backward. Potentially a little cut in the side. That might end our first set. Alrighty, nicely done. We'll take a couple minutes just to kind of reset a few things on the scoreboard. I think we're actually just going to leave it on the same stream here, and then we'll go ahead and start our second set. So switch a couple of things over real quick, and we'll be right back. All right, time to
ATS
switch it up. We are going to go ahead and switch
Because
this over
ATS is just
to
regular
9
line,
ball.
but
You'll see the
yeah, gotta call it 9 ball.
scoreboard adjust here in just a moment. Maybe. I think I must have selected 8 ball up there, but I'll get that fixed whenever I redid the scoreboard, but pretty easy to take care of.
Counts as the person.
Get the set taken care of over here. So same as the first one, another even race here between the two of them. All right, 9 ball, race to 10. Same as the last two with Doug and Wayne still at the table. All right, makes 9 ball, good shot. Forgot one part, and that was counting. So,
oh damn, I didn't call
two
it.
balls,
Oh, well, you gotta
that
play
one
it
back
where
up.
it is.
Doug looking up table at his next shot, and then pocket that 2 ball first. Wayne sink that 2, try to get up there on that 4 ball, leaves it a little on the straight side. Was doing a nice job. Gets a little tied up on that one. So bang shot on the 6 ball, sends it a little bit on the long side. A bit lucky. Doesn't look like doesn't exactly look like that 6 and 7 are wired there, but might be a touch of room between the two of them. Or Wayne can just sort of send that 6 ball, send that cue ball down table over here. See if you can't get that 6 to stay behind that 7. Just have to be careful about how much of that 7 he contacts. Wants to hit that as absolute light as possible. Like he's going to try to get behind the 7, and a good job. It was a nice way to play it. Nice little controlled tab. Ball in hand, since he did not hit a rail. Looks like he's looking towards that side pocket. I kind of like that bottom or the top right pocket myself. I'm not the one shooting, so whichever one it is that he prefers, probably wants to go with that one. Sends that one a little bit long, but it's okay. I believe he's got a couple of choices here. Let's go ahead and bank that one in. And very nice job. Wayne goes ahead and takes care of that very first game.
Oh, is it?
Do you want to remind everybody that we do have a match going on tomorrow between Casey Grove and
okay.
Brian?
I didn't realize that was a 10 ball.
That's going to be around noon tomorrow. It's going to be a two-set minimum. Both are 9-ball races to 15. So not real long races, but definitely enough to bring out the better player. It's going to be 500 a man on each set, so a combined total of all of it will be the 2,000 we see up at the top, but $1,000 on each set. It'll be a good race between the two of them. Looking forward to that one. Couple of them dropping over there. Easy shot on the 1 ball. Too much difficulty, and we see the 2's a little bit tied up. See which way he decides to go ahead and play that one. If it's heading like towards that 9 ball, that 2 in the side, and wants that one to hurry up a little bit. A little straight on it. We see a defense on this shot. Nice job there too, as he uses full ball between the two of them. Let's see Doug going and picking at this one, and looks like he's looking towards the right side rail. Sometimes that's a little bit more indication it's going to be a 2-rail shot coming from the back of it, sitting that 2-ball up table. Throwing that extension on the end of it. More control over a longer shot. Wayne making a great shot there as he sticks that cue ball right behind that 6. That is going to make that a very difficult hit on that 2 ball. Making a great attempt at trying to get to that 2 from where he was. I don't remember, we kind of kicked this one off a little quick, so I don't remember if it's a if they're playing 3 foul. That looks like Wayne has a good opportunity here of being able to do just that. He'd actually like to send that 2 ball up closer to that 3 and 7 that we see towards the right hand side. I believe that Doug's gonna be able to make a hit from there. Too much of an angle. Actually play it in the middle of it and get lucky on the bottom side. If he does make a hit, he's an open shot, but at least it's not ball in hand. Wayne's got option to be able to play this one either between the 9 and 4 or even get below or a little bit of outside, swing that back out. Does not make a successful shot on that one, kind of hooks himself Trying to get back to that 3 ball. A little unlucky the roll. That comes back to the table and has an opening on that 3 ball. Getting a good shot on the 3 and was hoping to get a little bit more into that 4 ball. Put himself a pretty thin cut. He decides to go ahead and go for it. He may go ahead and send that 4 ball up table. He does go around a little bit more, but still a very long shot. And getting a little bit wild. 4 ball comes all the way back up table. Definitely leaves Wayne an open shot on this one. Look up table. It actually looks like Wayne's got a few options. He can go ahead and drive that one in, come off the top rail, or even just slowly roll that in. Still have a shot on that 6 ball with a good angle to be able to get him back on that 7 ball. Nicely done. Natural leave here. Goes ahead and hits that a little more firm. Plays that 2 rails, gets him back on that 7 ball. Comes back across. Playing a little game of last pocket here, and 10 ball should go into that corner pocket. Ooh, wipes his feet on the way in, and a little surprise from himself. Goes up 2-0. So big change from the way we saw the 8 ball in the last one. And taking care of business at the beginning of this. If he just holds on to that, then be feeling pretty good about it. Real quick shout out to a couple people. It's a couple places that's helped us out in sponsorships and taking care of us on the ongoing. Well, Sushi Ninja over here in Brandon, Florida area, right over here off of Bloomingdale. Not only one of our sponsors and good friends that plays out here all the time, but somebody that definitely a good place to go.
No, I was just I couldn't remember how
around in a
ACS
while.
Look at that.
All right, unfortunately, scratches on that one as he makes a 9 ball down in this bottom corner. Now, I don't know for sure if they've got any rolls on the 9 ball, like either it's not a win or it's always going to spot back up, or if it doesn't count in the bottom 2 pockets. I know a lot of times whenever it comes to wreck your own, exactly what they do is take away the bottom 2 pockets. But nevertheless, he scratched, so we don't get to find out on this one. Putting a lot of right English on that one, bumping that down table as he gets real close to his work up there. Big stretch. All he has to do is just pocket this one. Gonna have a leave on that 3 ball, since that one a little bit long, leaves it kind of 3. See Wayne kicking at this one. Looks like he's gonna kick from the bottom. He probably won't hit this one too hard. Try to see if he can't leave that 2 ball on the other side of it. It's a real good job of trying. He just kind of leaks out the side. He's dug with an open shot up table. He makes this when he shouldn't have too much trouble staying on that 3 ball. Oh, but it's a little bit of an undercut. Wayne coming back to the table now. Leaves himself a good shot on that 3 ball. Have to do too much work with that 4 ball. Normally I like to forward on this, but that 9 ball sitting where it is, rather than taking a chance of getting behind that 4 ball, I just assume take a slightly tougher shot on getting on the 4, excuse me, going from the 3 to the 4. Now I take advantage of that 3 ball where it was sitting, and that's going to have a little bit of traffic in his way with that 6 ball kind of blocking that pocket that he wants to get to. Go ahead and send that one up table. Unfortunately for him, sends it straight towards that corner pocket. Leaves Wang a hanger up there. Good speed. Near perfect speed on that one. Slightly over the top of the 5 ball, but he doesn't have to do anything with it. Center ball kind of pop that a little bit. Doesn't want to come off the rail too much. Oh, really uses that whole pocket. It bobbles its way in. Didn't know it could wipe that feet that many times and still go in, but it's got a good angle now to just be able to, just a little top English. Make the 5, should drift down nicely for that 6 ball. Alright, looks like he's getting this one done. Again, 1 or 2 rails to get back up on that 7 ball. Really needs that one to hurry. He's going to come up short. Kind of the bad part about 2 rails is it'll swing it out a little further, but you do have to give that one a little bit more of a stroke. Looks like Wayne's lined up to go for this one in that top right corner. Reels that one with no problem. Once that cue ball to hold on, it finds itself into a corner pocket. Ends that game over, where that one would have been well deserved by Wayne.
Yeah. Man.
Doing that one will bring up one of our other sponsors over here. Well, Bank Shots over in Dunedin. Really nice place over there if you haven't been there before. For anybody that's over in the Tampa and Pinellas area, Tampa and St. Pete area. Right over there on Main Street. Bank Shots Billiards, good place to go check out. Some really nice staff, full liquor bar, got some food, everything you need to a good shooting experience, and make sure you go check them out whenever you get an opportunity. Looks like it is heading towards that corner pocket, but manages to stay out. There 1 go down, so got a 1 ball either in the bottom corner or the side. I believe he'll go ahead and choose the side just to get some more angle on that cue ball. Pitches the rail. We'll see if he gets any luck out of it, and does not. Wayne has an opportunity with everything not just open, but connecting pretty well. A little stop shot on this one. That 2 ball is just sitting right there waiting. Had plenty of room for that one. Looks like he's pretty straight on this. I don't see a whole lot of an angle. So just draw that one back towards the middle of the table. Doesn't have to get perfectly straight. Still catches the side a little bit. That's okay. You can just kind of bump this one. The 4-ball looks pretty open up there towards that top left pocket. Bumps that 7, but leaves it straight in. Shouldn't be too much trouble here, as that 4 should stay very open, and it does. See if he goes ahead and plays this one forward with a 3 rails and back over. With that closest side pocket, just not as close as the way the last game ended. Really gets a hold of that one. I don't want to do too much with this one, as he can hold that for that 8-ball, but it is touchy. Looks like that's going to be an up table shot now. Now I got a little funny on him. Now it's no longer easy. He's gonna have to earn the next 2. And very much did that. One more quick look over here at this. Did a fine job of finishing those out. Nice job. Fortunately, Wayne comes up with a dry break on this one. He's dug an opportunity, but not necessarily an easy one. That 1-ball's a long way away where that 2-ball is, so he knows ahead of time he's going to have a little bit of a challenge with get back on that 2. He's going to head pretty much straight back towards it. Tried to create a little extra just to kind of get out and make that cut on the 2 a little easier, but does not go. So I believe we're going to see Wayne probably play a defense on this. It looks like that 6-ball's blocking the left side pocket. Doesn't look like it would be too difficult to get that cue ball all the way back up here behind the 3 or even behind the 5 if he doesn't like the angle getting back to the 3. Take a shot at the 9 in the process. Comes out pretty good. It sticks that 8-ball in the way. Full guys liking him a little bit more apparently a 9-ball than they did an 8-ball. Apparently those same full guys are just not being huge fans of Doug's this time. It's actually not a bad safety option just to put that 3-ball on the other side of the excuse me, put the 1-ball on the other side of the 3, block the cue ball up on the 3-ball. Looks like he's going to shoot it the other way, but kind of the same thing. It's just it looks like he's lining up more towards what we were just talking about. A little on the tight side, but leaves it mostly open. Let's say if it's completely open over there, but I believe he's still sitting behind that three ball, but Doug will put a little English on this one just to kick that table. If it went by the six, that would have been good. Unfortunately for him, he'd bump the side of the six and leave Wayne with an open shot.
Yeah, that's right.
And he has to be careful up here. Shooting that one ball is where that two ball's sitting because it's fully covered by that eight ball most of that path. So looks like he's looking at that combo, and it does look pretty dead. So we'll see if he decides to shoot that one ball over into that seven. Gonna try to carom it. Believe he might. Nope. Didn't quite get as lucky on that one. Ball hangs right there in the corner. That means that to slow down a little bit. Doesn't want it following a good angle though. And hangs that two ball as he was able to get back up table onto the three, but got to finish that first step. Wayne coming back to table, not the easiest in the world to deal with, other than hitting it too hard. Definitely had a good opportunity. Almost gets behind that six ball, leaves Doug with an opening three in the side. Four ball is down the table, so he's going to want to follow that and cue ball a little bit, which does make that three ball in the side a little bit tougher. Not the easiest angle in the world going into that side pocket. Catches that point beforehand, gets a good roll out of it. That eight ball is now in the way of that three.
Just because
I'm taking a stab at that nine ball and Bill somehow keeps finding a way for that eight ball to get between that cue and the three ball whenever Wayne comes back to the table.
Safe was a lot easier.
And getting quite its fortune on the roll, but again, four ball is still all the way down table. He's running out of gas a little bit before he gets there. Looks like Wayne's gonna have a shot. Play that one over and maybe even a little bit of inside so it doesn't swing around too far. Go right English, and you should be able to kind of hold that two rails, come back up for that five ball. Doug not taking any chances, go ahead and leave it down table a little bit, and he's perfectly fine with leaving a little bit longer shot as long as he's just got a shot on it. That six ball is sitting right there by it, so he doesn't, once again, have to do anything but just make the ball. Everything else is pretty natural. touch straight, but not too bad. Creates an even bigger ring off of that one, leaves himself nicely on that 7 ball. Again, shot over here in the second side pocket. Go ahead and run that one forward. Give himself a little bit of room, but not too much, and that ball looks like it's headed its way to the bottom left corner. Doug bringing this back to within 1 game. 3-2, still Wayne Caffrey's up.
Tough. Because we just mark the game. Mark your last two. Alan, you hear that, right? Guys trying to. I had like 3 or 4.
For a moment, but like Wayne's taking care of business over here with 7 ball left to go, and wanted that to come up a little shorter. Now he'll put a little bit more stroke on this one. Go ahead and follow that one forward and back down. Spins it off a little bit, which means he definitely got a lot of top English on it, but that's cuttable. Not an easy shot. Great job there as that moves up 4-2. Wayne's still in the lead on this set. Very different set than what we saw first time. Wayne's doing a lot better job of being able to control these shots.
Alan, you have another 9-ball magic? Okay. A paper one? Yeah, because that one's been up and all on there. Oh? No, wait.
Wayne taking a look around to be able to see the best path to get onto that one ball, and if that speeds up just a hair, a good try. The intentions being oh, it's a question. Sorry, didn't notice that was on the break because I was too busy fixing a drink. Great shot by Doug on that one.
Get it back to me.
Wayne's going to be stretching a long way across the table. Makes a good hit and might get rewarded out of it. Looks like that 7's going to stay in the way of that one ball. And a really good hit on that one. Does leave an open shot. It'll be up to Wayne. Kind of maneuver around a little bit. Not exactly wide open. Everything does have a way to get from one ball to the other. Has to stay in line. That first ball looking around at 2. Doug come back to the table with a straight shot on that 1. Right down here in this bottom corner pocket. We'll see if he decides to choose that or send it towards the side pocket and kind of create that little bit more angle, or angle in the right direction. The cue ball and the 1 ball up the table. Wayne pocketing that 7 ball on the side, but luckily enough, still leaving himself a shot on the 1 ball on that corner. Bit of a draw shot there, and he might find it out pretty good, still getting on that 2. Could even just follow it forward. It's a little quick trying to draw it. Now leaves Doug with an open shot. Again, Doug's got to watch his speed a little bit. That 2 ball is there, and it looks relatively straight, like he could just kind of put kind of a stop shot on it, maybe even a touch of draw, even if it floats up a little bit, just to leave himself that angle on that 2. And plays that off of the 4 ball. A little bit of an extra cut, and now with that 4 ball moved, kind of tightens up the leave on that one a little bit. Go ahead and play a defense. Doesn't get behind the 5, does leave an open shot. It's one that's going to lead to Wayne makes this one. Cue ball will come back up table. It is assuming it stays away from the 5 ball that's sitting just above it. He goes ahead and plays the defense. Is that going to hold up? A nice job. Real quick look, and it looks like Doug's going to have to go and find one of the short rails in order for this one to work out. Even going that way, if by chance he does pocket it, I don't believe he's going to be able to get a leave on the 4, but does come up short on that one. Again, it's just in kind of that position that even if Wayne wanted to try to bank this one, it's just not going to do him any good. So we'll see if he decides to send that cue ball up table. Has to send the 2 up table instead. Where's that cue ball going to land? Wide open. Really nice shot from Doug on that one. Let's have a 4 ball. It gets him to the 5 with a couple rails. Could just go 1 rail. Nicely done. And the only thing he really has to worry about is what he wants to do with that 6 ball. Looks like he's got a little bit of an angle over there. He actually could go into it. With that kind of a stretch, I'm gonna have to go to that bottom rail. Decides to try to hold it, and it looks like he may have come out successful on that, and if so, great job. I don't believe it'll make it into that side pocket. We'll take a look real quick. And it surely did. Brings himself a nice shot on an 8 ball. Follow that up a little bit. Be too much work for that 9 ball to go in. Really gets a hold of that one much more than what he wanted to, so he made the cut a little bit more difficult. Use a little bit of outside just to go below that side pocket with the cue ball. That's a great shot. 4-3. Wayne's still in the lead, but they're sort of hot on his trail right now. Pitches the side of the rack just a little bit. It's both balls up table. Doesn't leave Wayne with too easy of a shot. Wayne pushes that 7 ball over there, just tie it up a little bit. And I believe Doug might keep this one, just trim the edge of that 1 ball. Basically put it pretty close to back where it is. And the cue ball down the table. See a bit of a path, but he may decide to turn that one back over. Looks like he's going to go ahead and fire away at this. Successfully handles that part, but look at that cue ball hit straight towards that corner pocket.
Hey, that's that new cloth, Alan.
And now that table's pretty open.
Yeah, I thought you were going to catch the rail right here and get behind the 6 ball. Oh.
And Wayne did not want to bump that 2 ball on the way to that one, as he wanted to be able to hold that cue ball on this side of the 3 ball, or as close to straight in as he could. Just managed to sneak back out and leaves himself very nicely on that 3 ball. He didn't have to do too much with this one because he's got just enough angle to be able to go ahead and play across the bottom, or he can just draw off of it, which would probably be a little easier. 5 ball sitting right there waiting to go in that side pocket. Top shot here by Wayne, I believe, would give him a great angle. Follow it up. Let's have to bounce out a little bit. He doesn't want too much angle on the 7 ball, but he does want a little bit so he can play that one against the rail and back out for that 8 ball. Be a little careful and not overdraw that one. It's a big stroke on it. You're gonna go on the other side. Over rotated that one just a bit. Look up top. He actually could still be okay here. Be close to the same shot that he just did on the first one. Just that little bit of draw. Make sure it doesn't start aiming towards this bottom corner pocket. But with the 8 ball being where it is, it actually has a lot of pockets, but he would like it to go back in that side somehow or another. That one stays out. Straight down table up to the or up table now. That top left pocket. He could line himself up pretty nicely for that 9 ball. Does decide to go ahead and try to cut that one. I believe that was going to be pretty tough to hold on to there. Definitely something about the rolling that one straight that he didn't like too much. Now, it doesn't exactly have an easy shot here, because when he cuts that, it's going to want to go the wrong direction. See if it makes its way back down. It's sure heading the right direction. Himself a very makeable shot on that 9 ball. So great shot there by Doug. See if we got that one more look. Once again, successfully getting both the Q and 9 ball where that was open, but he will go ahead and send that cue ball down table. Not going to try for the shot. Really no reason to. Don't believe that shot was going to lend himself to be able to get on that 2. He's left a whole lot of traffic in the way of that 1 ball. Wayne going to take that one rail. Makes a great hit on it. He's going to get lucky. Now it bounces the other complete other way. He really doesn't leave it too bad. I believe Doug's probably going to play. I think he's actually queuing up to try to make it. It just came up a little bit short. Wayne does have a side pocket shot. Is without a doubt that one is open. The right speed. He still get himself on a 2-ball. And well done. Bit of a draw shot there. And that 3 also goes into the side. Play this one like a champ. It runs right into the face of the 4-ball. So big mistake there. He kind of recover from that one. It's once again he can still send either up table. I would have expected that one to be a little bit more of the cue ball going up table. Looks like it did kind of squeak by it a little bit, and that comes back to the table with edge of the 4-ball. And you can still see it. Here from Wayne's view, it's possible that could even find a way into the pocket. It sure does look like it's open. What a beautiful shot by Wayne there. Not as much reward as I'm sure he would like. I believe. See if he can see enough of that 6-ball to make it. Really hits that one, but it's a good roll out of it. Sends that one a little bit out on the long side and inadvertently pockets the 9-ball in the corner, so we'll see that one come back up. Wayne making a good run at this one. Great shot down here into this bottom corner pocket. He's had to slow down a hair. Leaves it a little long, so we'll see if he decides to go ahead and go all the way up to the top corner just to sort of create that little bit of angle he needs, or go to the side and run it a little bit longer. Ooh, really draws that one, and watch out, corner pocket. Gonna be Doug's game.
Hit it that hard. I just stunned it. I just stunned it to come here. Yeah. I mean,
Doug taking the lead for the first time in this set as he goes up
dude.
5-4.
I didn't think I hit it that hard. I was off angle. I wasn't straight in. I mean, I just stunned it just to come over. Shit. That's two.
Doug pocketing a couple of balls on that one, gets a good leave on that one ball at a very open table. So if he gets around and gets nicely on the two ball, might see his next break and run of the game, or of the day, excuse me. I've got pretty nicely on that two ball. In a whole lot of trouble. I'll probably go ahead and go all the way down the bottom and back up. Wants that to slow down a little bit. It gets a little bit on the wrong side, but could actually go ahead and play this one out around 3 rails. It should stay in line with that 5 ball. Oh, and overcuts that one a little bit. He's Wayne with a really good opportunity. Now Wayne can go ahead and play his 3 rail shot.
Don't worry, I'll get to the
Everything is without a doubt out of the way. And that cue ball will come around and from that angle. A little bit of top inside should come around sharp enough to head towards that left side pocket. He just has to watch the speed a little bit. He doesn't have to get perfect, but I mean, if he could get back anywhere close to where that cue ball is right now, he'll be sitting nice. Looks like he's putting draw on it. Was without a doubt going to head that cue ball in the wrong direction. Both of them trying out the sides of the pocket and waiting for the first one to try out the middle. Doesn't have too much to do here. You can just go ahead and play this one. Just hit it. He can even hit the second rail if he wants to, or just a little bit more top and left. Doesn't have to, but makes a good shot there. A whole lot of work here. Just he's putting a lot of bottom on it. That's completely necessary, but we'll see how he comes out. See if he's going for that side pocket. Close to it.
I'm on this. All back.
Wayne the Bug Murder. Pushing poor little things onto the felt. Take that round couple rails and looking pretty good. I believe Wayne's going to put this one back as a tie game. All right, nice job. 5-5. A lot more exciting game than what the last one was. Good job to both of them. Halfway through this set.
Oh, no, I broke. I didn't know if you pushed. I didn't know if you were pushing. Oh, well.
It looks like he's moving through pretty good. I'd step away for just a moment. And whoever cuts that one a little bit leaves Wayne another opportunity. Seems to be playing better anytime that I walk away. believe we're going to see him. It looks like he's queuing up to draw this one back. I believe a light going forward on that. Kind of miscues on that one a little bit. Sends it a little far, so Doug does have a cut on it, but he'll have to be a little careful on where that cue ball ends up. It's going to go 2 rails. He wants to be careful with that 3rd rail. That 8 ball can start to get pretty big with that cut. He does a great job of sneaking outside of it. A little close to his work, but position play definitely worked to his favor. Nice job there, leaving an open shot on that 7 ball and a good angle to get back over on the top side of that 8. Just a little center ball and medium stroke. Does have to watch that side pocket. It's way above it. It's a great job on that one. Takes that side pocket completely out of it. Gets a good angle for. It's a little draw shot, and that should drift right on out, leaving nicely on that 9 ball. Wasting no time throwing that 9 ball in there as well. Goes back into the lead, 6-5 with Doug on top. Pitch ring, all right. Jonathan, thank you very much. I'll start tuning in and listen to that one, see if we can't figure out where it's coming from. Jonathan, I just put the headphones on and kind of listening back to it. I'm not hearing the high pitch ring. If anybody else is hearing that, also see if I can dig into that a little bit more and try to tell what's going on. It might just be the headphones that I'm using, but I'm not seeing the feedback on here. But definitely want to get that taken care of if we hear that on there.
Okay. Yeah.
If anybody else
I came in behind
could
it.
check also and see if you're
I came
hearing
in
it as
behind
well.
hit the rail, and then the 2 hit the 8. Well, that was right, but I didn't see that. But
It's like Doug's giving himself a coach over here. I think he only gets 2 timeouts. Brings that one around nicely, avoiding that 3 ball coming back out. And he's gonna have to put a little bit of a stroke on this one to come back up on the 4 ball and that angle. See if he decides to go against the rail. But it looks like he can actually just sort of drag that one straight back up. He's gonna have to put a little bit on this one. Just does nick the rail. A little high on it. Still leaves himself a shot on it. So this one's gonna go. Cue ball is gonna travel a little bit. kind of punch that a little, and I didn't want to take that all the way down to the bottom rail. Just a touch of inside. Doesn't want to get too straight on the 5 ball, but does want to leave himself a shot on it. And look at that cue ball heading straight to that corner pocket. Wayne lining that one up dead straight. And that is not an easy shot. A whole lot of speed control and running one past that side pocket. See how this one works out for him. It's off the rail a little bit, but that's one of the problems is running that one a little bit too far. Is now he's pretty much on the wrong side of that 7. If it went a little bit further, it would have been okay. It would have led him towards that side pocket, but almost everything's going to want to be a little bit sharp as he's sitting right at that 50-yard line. This actually might be a good defense opportunity and send that 7-ball 1 rail down by that 8-ball. Wants it to hit the 8. At least he left a little bit of distance on it, so he didn't exactly give Doug a hanger there with that 8-ball sitting there. Even trying to defense that one and separate those two out, it's going to be a little bit difficult because that cue ball is not going to want to travel behind that 9. That's to go the other way. Ooh, it puts that close. Wayne's actually got a decision if he wants to take the quick route. There is a shot on that 9-ball.
I just switched it over. It got
Go ahead
real cold
and
in
put
here
that
real quick.
7 in the side pocket. He's got a little bit of angle. That cue ball will have a tendency with just a medium stroke. Doesn't have to do too much to it. That 7-ball will head back towards that top rail to get him back. Decides to go ahead and shoot that all the way down here to the bottom left. Oh, what a pretty shot that was. Gets all the credit for that one as he leaves himself a nice little shot on the 8-ball. Of course, that 9-ball is hanging right in the side pocket. Very nicely done, and I think now I can go ahead and make my prediction. It's so much easier just to shoot it in with a cue stick than to use that whole cue ball thing. Point brings that back 6-6. Tie ball game. 4 games to go for each.
Oh. 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 Oh, I didn't. Hey, I didn't even know what to do then. And damn, I gotta remember that for one pocket. One. Gotta hit it.
Bub, Doug playing a good defense there. Makes it a little tough to get that four ball. Bobbles a pocket, but ends up on the right side of it. Wayne deciding to go ahead and play on the opposite side of that four, but needs to get something in the way to play that shot. Leaves Doug once again with a bit of an opening, and Doug looking for that bottom right corner pocket. Again, doesn't have to do too much. Lay it up there, get back towards the middle of the table, and six ball should be in. He wants to get just past straight on the 8 ball. Like he might even be lining up to play that 9 ball in that top left corner pocket as we're looking at it here. But now he's queuing up to go ahead against the short rail. All right, left nicely for the side pocket. Doug's again on the side of it, but it does find its way to that pocket. He goes back up one game at 7-6.
I thought the 9 ball was back here more. Yeah. Get it that hot, I think. Yeah, it probably may not have.
While they're taking a real quick break, well, one of our other main sponsors up here, the old Sushi Ninja, and Gunner's there, comes over and joins us quite often. I'm sure many of you know him. And also one of the best sushi places in the area, one of the very few that I go to myself. And great job. It's over here in the Brandon area for any of you that are in the area or traveling to the area. Making a beautiful break on that one. Even though the cue ball kind of floated around a little bit, it found its way back to center point of the table. Pockets the 1 and the 2. 3 ball sitting up there nicely, just waiting to go in the pocket, and we'll see him put a little bit of draw, just kind of drag that over a little bit towards the 5. But Wayne stepped out of the room real fast. Be back in just a moment, and then Doug will continue.
You got that 6 ball, walked around the table, it's like your shaft had come loose. Mine was making a dinging sound too, but then I found out that I wasn't tightening up my stick every time I hit. It was dinging. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was the shaft. I was getting ready to put the shaft back.
And looking like he's got a good chance at this one. He hasn't left himself exactly as perfect as he would like to, but it's a very makeable cut. Gotta stay down, stay smooth. Nice job there. Ties this one back up at 7-7. Look at this break from the other side. Which is the head ball a little bit light. Does pocket a ball, leaves himself with an open shot on the 1. Got a little bit of running to do to get back on the 2 ball as it does go shooting back up table. Tries to pocket that 8 twice. Doug looks like he's actually got a angle that will get him back up that 2 ball, but a little bit of a stretch. Wants that to slow down a little bit, and it looks like he got really good position, and yeah, and just kind of needs to draw it out so he gets a shot on the 5. Doesn't want to be straight. Sure, he'd like to be on the other side, so we'll see if he decides to try to dig into this one. Gets up a little bit high, then he can just drift it down. He's getting really close to it. It comes out very nicely. I believe he's got a good angle to be able to go ahead and drift this one down to anywhere past about 1 diamond. Be sitting nice. Good angle there. That 8 ball hanging in the pocket. Not do too much. Again, wouldn't mind being a little on the high side of that 8 ball. 8 ball sitting where it is. I'm gonna drag that one down or go back to the other side of the table, close to where that chalk is. Decides to go ahead and just kind of hold it. Perfectly fine with taking a little bit tougher shot on the 9 ball, and even that one's not very difficult. So expect good things out of Doug on this shot. 9 ball heading to the corner pocket, goes back to that 1-point lead, 8-7.
Couldn't make the 1 by the 8. If I make the combo, bring the 1 down the rail.
Nice little close matchup on this one.
I'll say, got a scratch.
I'm going to throw back up our little Santa's nice list for those donations that have come in since December 1st all the way until Christmas. All of those are being donated to the Lions Club. Lions Club is taking both toy donations and, of course, cash donations for Toys for Tots. They're actually also even working with the Marine Corps Reserve. Doing a lot of volunteer work over there. They've really been doing some great stuff over there. So we're really happy to be able to help them out. And as we can see up there in towards the top right, we're 12 days into this month, and sitting in a little over $1,100 because of everybody's help. So we really appreciate all of that. Doug comes up with a little bit of a dry break on that one, but looks like we are going to have a race to the 5 ball. At 5-9. I doubt if anybody's going to try to break that one up unless he decides to do it right now. Probably a good choice there. It's basically Wayne's statement of telling Doug if you're going to make the 9 ball, you're going to have to earn it all the way through. And he looks like he is lining up on that shot. He just doesn't know that he's got ball in hand. Oh, actually it was a push shot. Sorry, this is what I get for not being able to hear into the other room. We've been stuck with a bit of a jump shot back for that 1 ball, but again, Doug just concentrates on making it. He should have a shot on that 2. It's going to drift down a little bit, but he wants that angle on the 2 ball to get back to that 3 ball up on the top side. Ends up scratching on that one. It's real close to that 3, so we're going to see some table travel coming on here. Going from that 1 up to the 3, or excuse me, 1 up to the 2, back down to the 3. He's decided he's just going to go ahead and play a defense instead. It locks that nicely behind that 3 ball. See how much that point's going to be in the way of where he wants to hit. But a little bit of inside English, he can go just above that point and still make contact with that 1 ball. But even making the 1, if he can hit the 1 and send it up table, he'd probably be much preferred. It's a little bit of a roll as it stays on the high side pocket. Oh, not quite enough. Wayne's able to make that one right on in, and looks like he's got a full ball hit. I don't know that he's got enough of that 2 ball to be able to make it into this bottom left corner. Does not. Runs into the 8. He's Doug with an open ball and a side pocket shot. But again, whenever we look at it, where that 2 ball's sitting, even that wouldn't be worth it. So we'll see if he decides to trim the side of that 2 ball and send that cue ball down table. Does decide to go for it. It's kind of a two-way shot. Looks like he has actually left an open shot for Wayne. Maybe even with the possibility of that cue ball going around that 6 ball. And it's a little bit of a strong shot on that one. With that shot being missed, exactly do what he wanted it to, but the potential 4 ball going in here. 4 ball being that far left pink ball that's sitting beside the blue 2. It's that 2 ball to slow down. That really came off hot. Overcuts that 2 a little bit, and if that 5 goes, which it did not, Wayne's going to have a stretch 7.5 feet up table. That's to go ahead and play on the far side of that one. Probably that cue ball might come rushing around a little faster than he had planned, so we'll see which way he decides to shoot it. And I think he's kind of going back and forth between the thought process. A little straighter into it now. All right, it might not be hooked behind anything, but that's okay. He's left a very long shot. This might go up and down table a few times. I believe Doug's going to make every attempt to get that cue ball behind that 9. Does sure look like he got that one in the way. Left just the edge of it there. Came out nicely as Doug now does have a shot on that 2 ball, but of course nothing comes unpunished because that 6 might be in the way. He's not able to get around it. Trying to thread it between that 6 and that side pocket. Both of them will stop him from getting on that 3 ball. Like he's queuing up to make the 2. Just get it out far enough so that he's got a shot on the 3, which he would have had. Missed the shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It leaves a very difficult shot for Wayne on the 2. And gets it close, but he is not going to like that. So that war between the 2 has fallen into Doug's favor. Is see which way he decides to play this. Be a little careful of put a little inside English on it. As long as he avoids the 6, should be okay. Come down a little bit more. And still left himself a shot. That 5 ball hanging over there in the corner pocket. As long as it stays open, goes ahead and gives that a full stroke and comes back and forth down table. Now it's just kind of picking them off. Just got to connect the dots, get back to the middle of the table, and stay there for every shot, and be shooting pretty good. Jumps up a bit on that one. Gives Wayne a really good opportunity here. That was definitely one that we put in that unforced error category. Wayne's just got to be a little careful on how he gets on the on that 8 ball. Kind of like heading towards the bottom right corner here, and even playing the cue ball a little bit more firm. But Wayne looks like he's would rather go across the table to get that shot back on the 8 ball. When decides to go above the 8 ball, he's got to straighten out a little bit. All right, leaves himself a side pocket shot. I don't know if that was the intention of that one, but hey, it worked out well. Good thing about a 9 ball and most pool games, you don't have to call the next shot. Right, nicely done. And puts that in with a little bit of authority and ties it back up at 8-8. A little bit of a dry break. Everything's so close up there. He did not leave an easy shot for Doug. Of course, if Doug decides to try for it where that 2 ball landed, not a whole lot of work that has to be done. Gonna go ahead and line up just to catch it and try to push it aside. And get a little lucky, put it right back straight to the rail. Doug has a shot here for that side pocket if he decides to take it. I'll just go ahead and send that cue ball down table. And is he going to get behind that too? Lands that one in there pretty good. If Wayne decides to jump on this one or play just the one rail. One rail kick's actually reasonably straight. He goes back and gets the shooting cue instead of the jump cue. Right before that side pocket. Comes up a little low. Side pocket. I believe Doug may be off and running here. Might be about the trickiest shot left that's coming up, and that's getting shape on that 5. Now, I don't think he wants to play that combo of the 5-8. Means he's got to get that right angle. Looks like he's coming back to maybe a little too far as it finds its way into that corner pocket. Wayne with a good opportunity to go back in the lead. Just don't know that I see too much advantage of making the 8 ball here when that 5 can go into the other side. That 8 ball could actually be a helper to make sure you can get position on that 9. Like he is decided to turn and possibly shoot that 5 ball down into this corner. He's changing it back, looking towards that 8 ball. Maybe playing defense on this. Pretty good job. He's cut off a lot of different angles that Doug can come in and hit this one. Doug decided just to kind of separate that out and give a little bit of room. Now Wayne will have to make sure that he can transition from the 6 ball to the 7 ball. If he gets that, then it's not going to be an issue. Still a good play by Doug on that one. Looks like we might be seeing another defense, but he's still going to be dealing with that 6 to the 7 issue, regardless of where that 5 is. Unless they are playing 3 Fallon again. I apologize, I never found out if they're doing that. It's going to be another 1 rail kick on the 5 ball. Probably hit this one a little on the firm side. Again, same kind of thing applies. That even with the defense, the 6 to the 7 is going to be a little bit of the issue here. See if Wayne decides to go ahead and play a defense on this one and send that cue ball down table. Nope, decides to try to bank it in. If he made that bank, he was definitely on that 7 and probably out this game, but up a little bit short. And now Doug comes back to the table with that opportunity. Oh, but that 9 ball is growing bigger by the second. He does got some of it. I don't know that he's got enough of it to be able to make it. Gonna have to send that cue ball back up table once again. Oh, and does a really great hit on that one. It's that is not easy at all to trim just that tiny bit and barely move the ball down there. So that's all for that one. Now Wayne coming to the table trying to decide if he wants to go for the top left corner, shoot towards the 8 ball, just separate the 2 out. And that is not an easy decision to make on this one. They are both only 2 games away from winning this set. Goes right in between the 2. We'll see if he ends up with leave. Not a super easy one, but Doug may be playing defense on this one as he can send the 7 ball to the rail, block that cue ball on the 9 ball if he decides to. Take a look at this one up table and getting a little close to that side pocket, but does a good job since that 7 ball stayed, or excuse me, corner pocket. As that 7 ball did stay on that rail, so pretty difficult shot for Wayne here. Even a defense is a little on the tough side. Decent job there. I believe that side pocket's going to be a little on the large side with that 8 ball sitting there. He can not only put it in the middle, but I believe he can miss that by quite a bit. Still come out with a makeable shot. Just like that. Probably about the only bad thing that could happen was a bad leave on 8 ball. Catches that top point and pretty much sails out and leaves Wayne. Go ahead. Not a whole lot of work that he has to do here. Just pocket the ball, even though he's a little bit jacked up over the top of it. Just doesn't have to do anything. So nice job there. 9 ball waiting to find a way home. Well, second look at it. Ouch. May have handed one over here to Doug, as Doug now goes ahead 9-8. That's a pretty big whoops this late in the game.
I don't want to roll it. Hit. I even stood up the first. Well, I stood up because I wasn't right. Thought I wasn't good. I probably was. It hurt it. Did good.
Looks like it's got a potential of going double hill here. Definitely one of those you can just roll that one in. You get a nice angle on that 6 ball. Obviously has to watch the speed a little bit, but River cuts that one as well, and me coming back to the table probably relatively happy. Now we've seen balls get jarred a lot on these tables. He does have to be careful about the draw shot here. Gonna put a big draw on these. You better hit the center of that pocket. Taking a look, deciding which side he wants to be on. I think he just wants to draw it. Really doesn't have to draw it back too much. If you either draw it past the center point or before, as long as it doesn't stay right in the middle, and decides to go ahead and go forward, side pocket might not be a bad choice either. Comes down a little bit too far. Well, maybe not, because he's actually just shy of, just past straight in, so that cue ball is going to drift in a direction probably towards about the 2.5 diamonds, closer to the 3. So he will leave a little bit of a cut. I came up a little higher than I thought it was going to. We'll see if he decides he wants to go for the win. He's going to play a defense on the 8 ball. It looks like he's going to play more defense on it. Who just nudges that 9 ball. Leaves Wayne with a shot. Wayne can elect to shoot this one in the side and go a longer route, where the preferred method would be that top right corner. Ensure he takes his time on this one. Looks like he's trying for that side pocket. Yeah, really good, but really hard all at the same time. Left himself a makeable shot, but it is definitely not a gimme after the miss on the last 9 ball. So that one's hanging his head a little bit, so he does have to be careful of both the cut and the side pocket. It should come up high on the side pocket though. Bobbles another one. That one's going to cost him the match. We saw him kind of jump up a little bit on that one.
Yeah. No, yeah. I was on the rail. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why you did. I had to do like this.
Jump up on that. I had to
hit all top of the ball up. That's.
Looks like he actually stayed down relatively smooth. Maybe a small jump up on that one. So I had to switch back over as the last 9 ball was on the way to roll in. So that goes ahead and takes this one.
I hit the fucking 8 ball. So
10-8. I'm gonna update that score real quick.
I was literally. Yeah. So you're cute. Yeah. So I was just trying to
turn off that other room. Want to say thank you, and of course he drills it in after the fact. We can always make shots after it's done. So wanted to say thank you real quick to everybody for always tuning in and always watching us. Hopefully you enjoyed as much as we enjoy putting it on out here. Again, anytime that anybody wants to schedule something, just get up with us. Let's see if we can't make that happen. Again, any of the donations that come in from the 1st of December until Christmas, 100% getting donated over to Lions Club and Toys for Tots. So feel free to help out either by sending one of the donations through the Facebook stars or any of the different applications we've got across the top. There's a few other ones as well if you wanted to pick something different than what you see up there. Also, just by liking and sharing our stream out gives it more exposure for other people to be able to see it, to possibly be able to help out with that as well. We always like to see new faces both coming here and shooting in-house, as well as seeing them on the stream, seeing the comments come across. So until next time being tomorrow, hopefully everybody stays safe, and we'll see you shortly.